So I'm once again gonna do that thing where I leave in like 2 minutes to go grab my dinner, but that's fine. It's perfectly fine. How we all doing? Nightshade, thank you for that hydrate. Happy Monday, you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the YouTube video today. Oh, there's that posture check. Thank you, thank you. We got the final part of A Little to the Left up. I don't have the DLC yet, so it's the final part for now. I got 2 more videos recorded today, so we will be good to go Thursday and Monday, depending on if they decide to order my teeth at the dentist appointment. But yeah, let's say hi to people who we got here. We got Mom, we got Wolf, we got Amaris, we got Nightshade, we got Dad. Hello, everybody. Oh, look, dinner's ready. Bye, chat. I'm back. Sorry, chat. Dinner is acquired now. It's fine. Okay. Let me get my controller plugged in here. But yeah, how was everybody's weekend? Guys, do anything fun, or were you potatoes? Don't worry about my model being broken. It's fine. Ah, no, that can't fall. No, bad stuff. Ah, it's fine. Okay, problem solved. Okay. Yeah, hope you guys all had good weekends, did fun stuff, or potatoed. Potatoing is very necessary. Trying to get things done. Yeah, sometimes we just gotta do that. Had a late start to my day, but I still got 2 recordings done, and now we're streaming. I will not leave you unstreamed today. Okay. So, I also, over the weekend, chat, I got everything sorted for the penny polishing stream. Unless something crazy happens, we will be doing that next week. I'm waiting on something. I was only missing, like, one thing that I needed that I couldn't just run to the store and grab, so we ordered it online. It'll be here at the end of the week, so hopefully next week, as long as the world doesn't collapse in on itself. Your B-day's at the end of the month. Let's go. Wait, the end of this month? In, like, the next 2 days, or the end of next month? This month? Let's go! Worf! Okay. Let's go ahead and get loading the game here, chat. If you remember, we left off in pain. Oh, yeah, this is a great spot to come back to. I really set myself up for success here, didn't I? Nope. Oh, I set myself up for endless pain at, like, the hardest boss I ever did boss. That's not entirely true. It's probably not as bad as Millennia was. It just feels that bad. It's fine. What'd y'all have for dinner tonight, chap? I'm having some peanut chicken. Okay, let's see. Let's take stock of what we have on us. I don't think this sword is doing much for us. I think we're gonna go ahead and try to Rivers of Blood this, maybe? See how that feels. You had some pot pie. Nice. I'm sure this HP is probably not doing us very many favors. Incantations is fine. We've got the damage negation on, making up for our armor stuff. We're doing blood loss. It's best if we just don't get hit, so we don't have to lose our other bonuses. I want to boost our dex, and then the Source Seal as well. I know this puts us in a place for a lot of pain and a lot of suffering, but we weren't doing terribly terrible last time. Last time we did realize that we were doing better without the summons, it felt like. So I think we might start from that point as well. We can try to re-summon after we've kind of felt this out a little bit more. See, I've also taken off. Do I want to freeze or do I just want to do rot? Let me grab... Actually, what can I do as far as... I could do some freezing pots, and then I wouldn't have to put Dragon Breath back on. Let's try that. Let's swap up. Let's just see how that feels. I know I only have 2. Hopefully I'll be able to make more. I didn't properly prepare for this. Fuck. Oh, yep. Nope, I was right. I didn't properly prepare for that. Damn, was that fast? Okay. Now that I'm paying attention... Oh, look, my runes are outside. Let's actually do our protective shit. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh my god, how do I still have health? Oh god, hi. Oh my god, I'm so out of practice. Oh, it's so bad right away. We might have to go back to trying it with the other summons just so we can get back into the swing of things and have more distractions on our side. Alright, fine. We are off to an amazing start. Drink it a drink. Let's try this again, shall we? Oh my god. Wow. I can't even exist for half a second anymore. I'm just not in the skill space right now. Alright, because I'm doing extra summons and making it a little harder on myself, I am going to wait to summon until after they've taken aggro off of me. That way I can just focus on properly dodging what I need to dodge to start with. Alright, good sir. Oh gosh darn it. Bam. Whoops. Okay, I don't think one of those was enough to trigger frost on him. He does seem poisoned though, which is great. Whoops. God, my brain does not have the patterns anymore. Yeah, definitely leaving myself at this fight as the place to come back to. Not a great warm-up, as you might imagine. Not a great warm-up, nope. Well, that's loading in. I'm gonna swap. Since I'm trying to do rot buildup, I am gonna put on. Oh, that's also based on poison, which one of the other two is using. So that's just great all around. Ooh, hi, that stopped right in front of me. Okay, let's get some rot going here. Okay. Doing fine at the moment. Ow. Hey. We're getting a little bit of something back here. I'll let you guys rewatch this cutscene since it's the first time of today. It's a cool cutscene if you didn't get to see it last time.
Lord brother. At long last you are returned.
not yield! I will bash my head against the brick wall!
To I, Nicola, and my promised consort, Radahn.
Hey, Sky! I'm about to get absolutely destroyed. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. Oh, yep, they're doing the smooch again. Gosh darn you. Oh shit, oh shit, fuck, fuck, fuck. We lost Theolia and the Mimic at the same time, which sucks. Yep, there it is. That's about as far as we were getting last time, too. Oh, God. Okay, maybe now we can try doing it without them again. We've gotten a bit back into the swing of things here. Okay, then. Or, you know, he can just go right back to doing that fucking shit. I hate this fight so much. I can't even walk away like with Millennia. This is a mandatory fight. This guy with the stream streak, let's go. How you doing, dude? This fight's so bad. I love how sometimes he stands there for like an hour before attacking, and sometimes he just goes right into it with no warning. We're gonna lose the Mimic immediately. Fuck you. God. No, I think I'm gonna have to do it with summons. I don't think I can do it without. I mean, as hard as he is, like, we get to that point faster, but the Mimic's dead. He's still, like... just helps enough, you know?
Emotional, damn it!
Pretty much. That's this whole fight in a fucking nutshell.
I'm in danger!
I'm in so much danger. Hey, peace. How's it going? Summon you. Let me summon. Thank you. The only thing this set of gears. Oh, I put this on because of the holy damage negation, which isn't really doing much. Super excited for the next Remnant 2 DLC. Is that, like, already coming up? Is it already time for that? See, look. Sometimes he just fucking takes his gosh darn time. September. Oh gosh, yeah, that is coming up, huh? That's awesome. Definitely gonna have to play that. Big hype. Yep, that's a turn on me. Oh, lightning. Oh, you're close to me. Yep. Okay, fuck. God damn it. Yeah, I don't know that the frost did anything to help us in that situation. I don't know. Maybe I just don't worry about abilities as much in the start and just do my best to keep melee aggro with them while the others whittle them down. I don't love this as an option, but yeah, I'm not gonna hate this choice later. I'm ripping that off when the next phase starts. Fuck. There we go. Fuck. I can't fucking see!
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you.
God damn it. I still have to get used to what the timing I need to be doing on those. I know I need to dodge into them, my brain doesn't let me. I don't know that this really keeps aggro any better than Not on bosses, anyways. Hey, White Wolf! Going through and making sure that I guess I could just put the generic resistance back on. You know, since we're just gonna get punched. If I put on armor that's too heavy, I won't be able to roll as good, but maybe it'll be worth it in the long run. I was trying to put on stuff that had the best holy negation, but I think I just need to put on generically or like physical. But at the same time, I want to stick in medium. I don't really want to go down to, like, heavier. I mean, we could go back to this set, I suppose. A hydrant and a posture check already? I got you, I got you. I don't know how many of these armor sets do other... Slightly strengthens attacks following a dodge roll or backstep as well as dash attacks. That might be more worth it in the end. Do we not have the rest of... Theta's armor set here? Uh-oh. Entirely possible that we can't. It just goes into other sets. Enhances skills and incantations. The capital's ancient dragon cult. So I guess that would enhance the dragon stuff. I just don't know what would be the most worth it, you know? Mostly it's looking through to see what, if anything, has special nonsense attached to it that you weren't aware of. Still medium. Yeah, I forget about a ton of, like, hidden effects. I should probably spend more time looking at the stats as well, but... Alright, we're mostly Skeleman, but we also have... Which set had the dragon shit on it? Hold on. That was... the Death Knight stuff. Maybe that would be... There we go. Different Skeleman. It's fine. Gosh darn it. Nope. I wish that they couldn't... Why did I start bleeding? What? I haven't had a bleed stat on me in this fight this whole time. I can't parry to save my life. It's not happening. I got impatient. I can't summon until these guys are in the room pulling aggro.
Pleasure to see you. After all this time.
Would you guys like to... Nope, you're just gonna all take fucking you're just gonna take the damage with me, that's fine. Yeah, I should probably use shields more in general, I just don't. Okay, hi, you didn't have to switch all of a sudden. Gosh darn it. Already out of heals. Well, we're already screwed, but, you know, at least we're right here. Cool, what a waste of an ability. Cool, we're just fucking dead. I hate this fight. Okay. Part of me wonders if it'd be more worth it to switch to... Not many of them, I don't think. I don't think they use the stats I would need them to use. It's like if I used, like, the rot weapons instead. Dex scaling, at least. You know there's another one. Or, you know, they can just all be bloodlust, that's fine. You know there's another rot weapon somewhere. Am I thinking, is it one of the daggers? Rapier. Yeah, I thought there was. Is it? I know I have this stupid thing. Well, we've already summoned these guys. I don't want to sit back down and summon them again. Orthioli just gets absolutely stomped because no one... He healed himself? Hold up. Fuck. Okay. Dagger called Scorpion Stinger. Okay. Yeah, I'm just clearly missing something. I know I have these weapons, I just don't know if I've put them somewhere or if I'm just a potato that can't read. I hate this fight. It doesn't even matter if I can't fucking just not get hit. Like... hardly feel like they're doing anything to help. Is non-physical just, like, generically any other damage, basically? All magic schools, okay. Just in so much pain. Okay. I put these weapons in here or something. Okay, so yeah, there's the Rotten Crystal Sword, which at least scales off int, which might be my best bet on this character, actually. Grab that back. See, okay, yeah. There's the rapier, which only scales off of dex, and my strength's not great, so it would be just my dex. 55 as opposed to, it was what, 50 from here, so I mean, it's not that different, right? All of these are, yeah, okay. Okay, so if I'm going to use something else, what's the spear? Scales off of arcane, which isn't great for me. I don't have super high. I've also never used a spear in this game in my life. It's super slow, oh god. Oh, that's a great way to get myself killed. Yeah, no, I'll definitely level it before I go doing anything stupid. That is such a slow weapon, though. could switch out. Actually, I don't know if I can switch out the thing on this. Can I swap? Words and things I don't do. Nope. I just don't know that it's worth it. I put this sword on because it just has better scaling for how my character's built at the moment. Okay, we have mission stuff, that's fine.
General Radahn. I'm glad you could see it. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to me. Lord
Yeah, I thought that meant he was gonna turn towards me. I feel like I barely did anything. God damn it. Oh, come on. Fucking hell, man. I did even worse that time by so fucking much. Like, I really don't want it to turn into something I have to do off stream because we just spend so much time just dumping a whole lot of nothing into it, you know? I don't think my arcane's high enough for this weapon here. And I'm using this. What does it really freaking matter? Okay, which means I need... Try to level it up. Might as well try something, you know?
Unity of mercy. Embarrassing. I didn't know to be doing my job. Just lay out your own.
Zoom.
Back all no matter.
I need so many runes.
Back all no matter.
Okay.
Greeting, are you here for...
You right. Come on, rot dog. We're gonna do the dumb stuff. We're gonna get a little silly, chat.
Greeting, are you here for spirit?
Oh, what don't I have? Like a 7. Sorry, my brain is not catching up super well. Got so many bell bearings we can give now. Okay, oh, come on. You only have up to 6. Dang it! Unfortunate. Okay. Which at times I can remember titles for certain books. No! I wish I could help you remember. Alright, Rot Dog is not as big as we would like him to be, but sometimes you just need to have a silly little guy. Okay, this will be fine. Ooh, a little lag, even better. That's super helpful. That doesn't stress us out at all, right, chat? A little lag never ruined an entire run, right? Funny thing is, you remember what color the cover is because all your books are in a storage unit. Oh, jeez. almost dead. And goodbye, Rot Dog. Oh my god. Alright, we need to get the Mimic back up. Poor Rot Dog wasn't even alive for 2 seconds, hardly. We'll remember you, Rot Dog. Unfortunately, my Peach is only +6 as well. I suppose I could try her, though. Why is the game suddenly so laggy? Everything was fine, but now it's just like, nope. Oh, some of this stuff I've got going in the background and see if it just gives me a little bit of... Okay. Well, even just tabbing out and doing that, it's a little bit better. Whether it was related or not, it's better now, and that's what really matters. Bam. Yeah.
A pleasure to see you.
I forgot how much fucking
Lord Moses.
shit they take. Well, goodbye, Tish. Fucking sucks. Yeah, okay. Hi, we're dead! Fuck that! It kept me alive for the freaking cutscene. You gotta be kidding me. Alright, if we're trying this, though, we need to actually have... Oh, God. Really don't want to raise damage taken. Let's raise that. Since that's part of what we're scaling off of. Amaris, is the book you're trying to remember like part of a series, or is it just a random one-off book? part of a series? Okay. So I know a lot of series, like, depending on the color of the book, people might be able to tell you or help you figure out the name of the book, or you could just look up the series if you remember what the series is called. But, like, some series, like, the whole series overall has a name, and I don't know if that's the case with this. Oh, I didn't switch off of Tish. Oh well. That's fine. Well, that's one way to try to start that fast.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Longbow would have them.
Oh shit, I didn't fucking... That actually would have gone off if I had had frickin' ability magic shit. Nope, nope, shit, fuck. God damn it.
I promise you.
I hate you.
1,000-year voyage
Put
guided
me
by
down.
passion.
Crap. I mean, we lived a little longer, but we didn't. I don't feel like we got any further in the health bar still. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's change tactics again. Need to make sure I use a shield that actually scales with the correct stuff. Strength. Int was at least a D, but this is Dex, Int, and Faith. That might be the safest bet. To be fine if this... I'm pretty sure this is the shield that also hurts you to use. Stat killing's only if using it for attacking. Still better safe than sorry. Trying to decide, I guess, if I'm looking at like the damage negation, if I should be looking strictly at physical. I should probably look strictly at physical, huh? Which 100 is probably as high as any of these. If I could find... If I could go for one that has high physical and high holy, and that might probably be... It's probably looking like that one. 95-55 is not bad. 154. Okay, so that's better. This one's also 100 versus 54. What's the guard boost? I don't have enough. I need like very few more points of strength for that. Wow, my strength is 1 off. That makes me feel great. These are all. This is the strength scaling. Doesn't matter if I'm not using it to attack. And I'm strictly using it for guarding. It doesn't matter. Higher the boost, the less stamina. Okay. Unfortunately, this one would be the best one to use, but I'm literally 1 fucking point off on... So, we might have to go... This might be, the jar shield might be our next best. I would prefer to have 100 on the physical. 54, 9, 51. This is gonna go well. I'll be fine. Tish or not to Tish? That is the question. If Tish were higher, she'd probably be great to use. But... I don't think... I'll give her one more try with this new build, and then I'll switch to the Mimic and try this build again. Okay, you said... block heavy, yeah? I'm scared. We're gonna use this now while I'm practicing. Okay. I just want to block your regular shit, please.
A pleasure to see you. After all this time. Those remains do not belong to me.
Okay, nope. Yeah, I heard the ding and I still fucked it up. I think I need to focus focus on figuring out how to do that on, like, the last attack in his sequences. We're changing fighting styles. It's gonna take us a moment. Your girl doesn't fight with swords. She fights with dragons. Gosh darn it. I tried to dodge.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. But those
Really?
remains do not belong to you. Lord Moe will have his dignity.
Fucking hell. You what 2 of the 3 books? Just know that the first cover was blue. The red gem, and the second book is red with a green gem. Interesting. Oh, I wasn't gonna summon this time. I was actually just gonna try to practice having his focus on me so I could learn this. Oh well. What? That shouldn't have been enough to kill me. Fuck you, game. I hate that the attacks don't feel like they do a consistent type of damage. Please, thank you for the resub. For 33 months, you found a button. Let's go. That puts us, I think, at 21 subs. It is many a month, yes. Okay. This is gonna be the not good idea where I run in without the summons and I just try to feel out the feels and do very badly. Fuck. That didn't hit me. Screw you. Damn. Whoa. I did 1. It did very little damage. I don't like this fight. I don't want to be here anymore. Why can't the summons be inside the room? Why are they outside? Why would they do this? This is harder than Mesmer. Ah. I don't think this build's gonna work for me. Gosh darn it. Alright, let's start. I didn't actually use Tish last time that we brought everybody in. Let me actually summon Tish this time and see how that goes. Whee! We're getting bullied so bad.
But those remains do not belong. Lord
Really? My god, what in the fire shit all of a sudden is this? Ooh, someone did damage to him there. Oh my god. Just trying to woo from the other room. The timing on that was so funny. God damn it.
I promise you, 1,000-year voyage.
He's got so
guided
much
by
health
compassion.
still. Normally he doesn't switch this phase until much later. Okay. Yeah. Nope. We'll try this build one more time with the Mimic, but I just don't think it's gonna be it. Okay. One more go and then we switch back to something that we're maybe a bit more comfortable with. Probably doesn't help that the shield isn't remotely leveled. instead of dodging away. Okay. Not feeling that. Anyways, I'll probably keep the bleed sword on still. But then I'm going to cry. No, we're gonna swap some stuff out. I have enough faith for the tinier tree. Trying to decide what my best, like, heal or... I always question what it means by nearby, like how on top of them do I have to be? Maybe I'd be best off for the ones where I can just throw the heal at them. I'm just curious if I can, like, keep the Mimic alive. Probably not, but hey, I can try, right? Hey, you.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you.
Captain Morgan, hello! It goes pain! You know, it's fine. Did that heal them, like, at all? We're testing some nonsense. It's fine. Mostly I'm trying to heal Thiolier there, but I don't think it's working. That just went on top of me that time. That didn't even go. Well, nope, he's gone. Okay, so not that one. Well, it was worth trying. He's gone. I've never had him do that combo on top of me before. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't expect to. He did it again! Stop killing me into your cutscene! Sir, I'm already dead! You already won! Okay, so the distance heal wasn't doing anything, unfortunately. At least not for those guys. So I'm just not going to worry about that, because it's just not gonna happen. I don't think there's really anything else that I'm going to bother with. she says with so much certainty. Definitely super certain. Super, super certain. I mean, we could go back to being a magical girl, but, you know. I don't know how much that really benefits us. Okay, am I missing a dragon incantation? Because, like, all of the other kinds have a named dragons version. But the rot one doesn't have, like, an extra one. I'm probably just missing it, or it doesn't exist. It's one of the two, clearly, but you know. Okay, we'll just keep going at it with what we've been trying to... Yes, I'm missing the rot one. Gosh frickin' heckin'... Where? Anything to not be here right now. Oh, jeez. It's probably a dragon that I repetitively, like, ran away from, just going, nope, nope, not dealing with you. Okay, now that we're not focused on some nonsense, let's see what we can do here. Okay, panic time. Doesn't know why it casted that twice, but it did. Come for me.
General Radahn. It's a pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moog will have his day.
Ooh, hi, you switched targets halfway through. That's always fun. Hi, attack them. Thank you. I am very hurt. It's fine. Whoops, I was looking at chat. My bad. Surprisingly, it's the rot dragon near the original dragon communion place. What? Didn't think I was missing a dragon near the original. Just dropping stuff. I thought that's where I got the one that I have. We might run over there after this just for the why nots. Lord brother. I'm a fucking asshole. Fuck, I'm standing still and that's not good. Yep, there it is. Yeah, this game is a lot of it. Ow, anxiety. It's fine. I just want to hit you and feel good about having hit you. Ooh, I thought that sound was me dying. Oh, no, now it's me dying. Okay. Hold the fuck up. fine. It's gonna make me go back to round table. It's fine. Okay. Where did I miss a You're talking about this one, right? There's something over here that I missed? What dragon did I miss over here? Northwest of here. East. Oh. Well, fine, be like that. Just be sitting there. It's fine, it's whatever. Rot's not gonna do shit for me over here. Well. Alright. Decaying Booty McButser. Ow, ow. Well, that's unfortunate. Uh-oh. It's fine, I'm just slowly ticking down to having no health. Get the fuck back here, sir. Oh my fucking god, that did a lot of damage. Okay, we're fine. You would just have, like, the tiniest stupid health. Thank you. Like, it's not like I need the option for this new draconic power. It just feels better if I have it, you know? It's fine, I'm still losing health, too. Munch, munch, munch. Okay, let's stop having rot, maybe. Okay. This did nothing for us except make us not have to be in the horrible place. Back to the horrible place! Whee! Oh, now I actually have runes to lose again. That's upsetting. Theoretically, if I used, like, everything I have, I could get to another level. Oh, ads are incoming, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. I should be summoning. Oh my gosh. You can tell I'm losing it a little bit. Okay.
General Radahn.
Can you guys not run towards me when I'm trying to protect you from Radahn's absolute nonsense? Can you fight him for me, please? Thank you. You found it, yay! Should not have... I got hit by what? The last one? That shouldn't have killed me. I'm so over this. Gosh. Stop it. Little fucking turd. Oof, porky dog in the distance. Okay. Well, let's just keep trying, I guess. Is this one of those, you know, they say the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? almost isn't quite at half health.
It's up to you now.
Oh, now it was up to me. I think you're a little late for that. This fight makes me so unreasonably angry. It's fine. We don't need to be able to roll, right? What if I just said fuck rolling? What if I said that I never needed to roll again? Oh, jeez. I never need to roll again. I don't even think that, like, switching it to, like, a stamina one would even help me. It would be not stamina, it would need to be, like, equip load. There we go. Because this is what we needed, right? This'll work. Perfect. Welcome back from the ads as well. Returning to me losing my mind. I love how this has done already nothing to help me.
Pleasure to see you.
I still take so much damage.
But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Morrowind is
Oh, see, you do have random fucking shit that you use. I love how sometimes I never see those bleed spells, and sometimes it's like, oh, hi, okay, we're doing that now, huh? Honestly, I mean, I'm taking less damage per hit. I'm just not doing very well at avoiding the hits. It's like most of that shit's on. God damn it, I didn't get. Yeah, I have no way to heal that now.
to you now.
Yep, there we go. Yes, I was taking less damage per hit. I just took more hits that time. Ooh, Bork, dog, hello. Sometimes I wish I was doing a strength build so that I could just double hammer stagger their asses. God damn it.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. Until this time. But those remains do not belong. Lord Mold will have
I don't want to respect this character though. This is my... This is the one that I've used for everything. And I missed. Uh-oh. But no, a lot of good it would do me. I'm not practiced in the build at all. And I'm dead. Yep. Okay, we're just gonna... I am going to go get that dog. Hold on. It's so weird. There's no one else up here, and when I opened the gate, she's like, "Why'd you do that?" And I'm like, "What do you think I did that for?" I did that because you were at the gate screaming. Okay, in we go.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. Until this time. But those remains do not belong. Lord Mold will have his day.
Where's my brain? Swords. I'm full of swords. This is productive, right? Not really, but it's fine. Oh, sword makes me too heavy. Never mind. Bad day. Okay. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. It's fine. You can do it. Be more hands-on. Fight his ass.
General Radahn. Pleasure to see you. This time. But those are
Ah. That's not what I asked you to do. Fucking hell. I hate just being stuck on this so much. It's not like I'm doing any better with that heavy armor on than I was before, so like, there really is like no point to having it on. No, that's not the one. Okay. And, we're just gonna go straight back to what we know we can make work. It's just gonna take us time. I'm not gonna keep trying to switch to all this crazy shit. Really? Yes, I went to get it so I could just have it and feel better, but not actually to use it.
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. This
It was a palate cleanser. I knew that that was gonna fucking happen, and shit, run. Crap. I'm out. What? Oh, it was a straight line. I needed to roll sideways. Honestly, I feel like that's the most hits we've gotten off on him, but it's still not the farthest we've gotten his health bar. I don't know why I suddenly can't dodge that worth shit. I just want to try one without the summons and have it even remotely go anywhere again. Mom, thank you for the resub. 54 months! That's so many months. Hope you'll enjoy your emotes. Sorry, I am full of suffering and rage. That puts us at 22 subs. Oh no, fine, I'll pass and check. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check. Never mind my gremlin, Sid, it's fine. I don't stay close, the Mimic just takes too much, but the Mimic was taking so much there anyways. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do this fight. What if I just only bring one of you in? You're the one that I want story-wise. For my happy little goblin brain. You're also the one that dies the fastest, you little shit. Stop dying the fastest. You die before me so often. Dying early is my job. No, it's not. Fucking gosh. Come on! Pull the fucking aggro, you little useless piece of shit! There goes half of my things already. He's missing no fucking health, and Theoler's almost dead. Let's say, would you like to heal? Thank you. And you're gone already because you suck. And my Mimic's almost gone too. How the fuck do I dodge that? Like... Oh, it's just me. Goodbye. I'm all alone. Fucking hell. Radon, I hate you and everything you stand for. Theolia, you're not helpful. Ansbach, this is your chance. It's you, it's only you. Look out on the world, chat. Beautiful world. And some bullshit. That's what I wanted. There we go. Boop. Yeah, summoning a friend would make it so much worse.
A pleasure to see
this is what we get because everyone fucking complained the game was too easy. People just couldn't keep their mouth shut about it. They just couldn't leave it playable for everyone else. Sky, what are his weaknesses? It just feels like nothing. Don't mind me, I'm just a sad little baby. Stab. Smack.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to me. Lord Moog will have his dominion.
Fuck Lord Moog, my guy. Eat this! Wilson! How are you doing, Wilson? Don't mind me, I'm just panicking. I'm in danger! I'm in so much danger! Ow. Would you swap over already? Well, yeah, I mean, let's resist is what I'm considering weak. Yeah, I was right about him being weak to rot. And piercing, but not by a lot. God, you suck ass. Hope you understand this. Stop, stop, stop. Fuck. Frick this. That was the only way I was gonna survive that. Because I was gonna get hit.
Come, our new lord.
Fuck.
Not forgotten.
And I'm dead, doesn't fucking matter. See, the annoying part about it, even if I did summon, like, a friend to actually come help, is my job would basically just be don't fight, and that's just not fun. Because if I die, it doesn't matter if my friend lives. We get kicked out anyways. Like, that was such a poor design choice. Kick the friend out after we both are dead, not before. hate you. You suck.
Pleasure to see you. Those do not belong to you.
I don't know why some things hit and others just don't. It doesn't. Okay, okay. Yeah, but see, the idea is, guys, that I start doing something after you're dead. You show up, you do as much damage as you can, and then I fight him. Fuck you, Radon. I'm gonna get hit, because bullshit. I don't know how that didn't hit me. Fucking. Oh my god. Anything I didn't fight that I can go fight instead? Are there any cool bosses that I just ignored the shit out of? I don't want to be here anymore. I beat all of them. No! Are there any dungeons I didn't go do? Ah! You know what I never did? I never beat one of these. Hooray! We're off to a great start. I'm gonna die immediately. Ow. Uh-oh. Oh, the leg! Uh-oh. If my mimic could not despawn, that would be great. I fucking saw that, you little asshole. Uh-oh. This fucker just doesn't take damage. Fuck. This is why I never fought one. Okay. I think we're done with Elden Ring. I don't think this is something that I'm gonna be able to do, unfortunately. I think I've hit my limit of things that I'm capable of in this game. I really fucking hate that I can't beat what is, like, quite literally, the last fucking thing to do in this game. There's probably one boss after this. It's probably, unless this is just the end, and I hate it so fucking much that I just don't think that I can actually win. I hate that we've gotten this far for me to basically just go, I can't. It's so upsetting. I've been at this for over 3 hours. We've been going for 2 hours and 43 minutes today, and I was doing this for hours at the end of our last stream, too. It has been quite possibly, like, 5 hours of this boss. Sky, are the dragon hearts reusable, or is it a one-time deal? Dragon heart items are reusable. Okay. I might as well use them if they boost the dragon spells. Like, it's silly not to. Alright. I want the Dragon Communion one, not the Dragon Cult one. Oh, can I can't even... Okay. Can't even use it. That's fun. Have to be naked. That's stupid. I'm not... Hey, bad at the game? Want a boost to continue being bad least it looks cool.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do
Still a
not
waste
belong.
of. Don't follow me! I hate how the AI is trained in this game. I wish the AI was not trained to just run after you and was instead just trained to go after the enemy in the room with you. Oh, cool, and my mimic's fucking worthless now. My mimic has no armor on and isn't even benefiting by the dragon thing. Fucking what a waste. That you did not know. Well, glad I could help. Oh, really? Yep. Fuck. I'm crouching. I'm not gonna. Yep. Good.
It's up to you now.
I mean, it was no better or worse. It was a little bit worse, actually, but you know. What am I fucking doing? I don't even know. Shit. Uh... Let's go. Let go, my ego.
Radahn. A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have.
Hey, rabbit! Fuck. make me watch the cutscene. I hate you. Let me out. Why? I mean, at least the freaking pot throwing thing worked. I feel like we got him rotting faster. We just sucked afterwards.
General Radahn, a pleasure to see you. After all this time. But those remains do not belong to me. Lord Mold will have his dignity.
Eat rot pot! Well, shit. That was a nice bleed that I managed to hit him.
Grunts and trainers what
Shit. Fuck. You're fucking stop kissing. No kisses. Yeah, Sky, if you want to suffer with me, I'm fine with that. Let me make sure my Steam is... Yes, online. Okay. I need to put a thingy... Yeah, I just have to remember how to do the thing. I don't do the thing. Okay, you can see my passwords. But yeah, it should just be ARC multi. To go online. No worries, no worries. Chat, I'm gonna go ahead and run ads while we're trying to get this all sorted out here. Bear with us. Mom, thank you for gifting a sub to Wilson. Wilson, enjoy your emotes. That was very kind of you, Mom. Much appreciated. Thank you. Yep, that puts us at 23. We're 2 subs away from a wheel spin, chat. It's a small wheel, but it's a wheel nonetheless. And speaking of wheels, cooking stream Wednesday. Bath bombs. It's kind of cooking. It's cooking adjacent. Perfectly fine. So yeah, that's the plan. I am hoping that next Wednesday, not this upcoming Wednesday, I'm hoping that next Wednesday will be the penny polishing stream. The stuff I need should get here Friday, but Friday I need to be able to help my fam out with some stuff. So Friday's gonna be an early stream this week, chat. It's gonna be super early. Take that with a grain of salt. Super early for me just means making sure I start by noon. I'd like to start before noon, though. Friday, my brother gets off work early, and I want to make sure I'm available to help him finish packing. Cause he's moving. He be schmoving, though. So I want to be able to make sure I can help with that. So... Oh, are you putting the sign down? Am I not the one putting the sign down? I keep forgetting how this shit works. That's the one that I want. Okay, where is the sign? Ah! That's the one. Touch the friend sign. Woohoo! Okay. I'm assuming we probably don't want to go in here with extra lads. I like your combination of stuff. Summon them? Alright. Leo, 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 Leo. Scott, you want to hang out and call? I can boop you into the Discord if you want. Or we can just potato mode it, that's also fine. Alright. I'm only allowed to summon one lad. Ah, there you are. Hello, Suffer.
Yes, Suffer.
I like your outfit.
Thank you.
Alright, I brought the one that dies really fast. Don't know
alright.
why. I don't know why they die so much faster than everyone else. They just do. Alright, in we go. Chat, can you guys hear Sky okay?
Yes, chat. Hear me and Suffer.
Prepare to deal with Sky's shield shit that I'm not capable of doing. Okay, yeah, I'll turn down the game audio, make sure that Sky's more hearable. Oh, goodbye, Sky. You got fucking noped. Oh, he did the double one. That's rude.
Just
Ah, it's all good. Ow. Well. Okay, let me... Oh, fuck you, cutscene! Let me die in peace. Such garbage every time. And yeah, I forgot how loud I had the game stuff set. The game I was playing today for recordings was super quiet. Okay, not the button, that's the button. Use the thing to see the thing. Boop. Okay, no matter how much I want to bring Theole, let's bring the one that's not gonna die just for looking at them. This is why you were useless to Saint Trina.
my sun's down. I don't know why it's not popping up on yours.
That's rude. No, I don't want to nullify the effect.
There, I'll try putting it down again.
Yeah, it might be mad that I summoned him first. Come on, game, I've got room for another. Run down the stairs and unload the top there and reload the signs up there. Oh, oh. There you are.
Yay.
Woohoo. I didn't realize I was getting invaded! This is not the time, you little shits! Yeah, that's right, fuck off. You put yourself so far out of being able to do anything to us. Or I guess they could be a fucking bow user, that's also an option. There he is. Well, this is unfortunate.
Yeah, freaking cowardly piece of shit.
Yep. I love how,
Yeah.
like, the excess summon doesn't even do anything. Did they leave? Oh, nope, there they are.
No, they're just hiding. They decided to just sleep like a little coward.
I hate that you can't turn off invades in this game.
Yeah.
Like, you weren't even in here yet. Like, yeah, go ahead. Invade someone that's clearly trying to do the final fight. Like, that...
Yeah, I don't understand like why invading is a thing in the first place.
It really shouldn't. It's... You know why it's a thing? Because they've done it in all of their other games and they would never dare take it out. It's a stupid practice that shouldn't be in the game. You should at the very least be able to turn it off.
Yeah.
But all of the diehard Souls fans would piss themselves and cry if they took it out. Alright, get in here, Ansbach. Alright, quick before someone invades. Ooh, hi, you went for it fast, didn't you, sir?
General Radahn.
Ow.
Oh, Jesus.
Holy shit, he said you don't exist.
Yeah, he definitely
Okay.
did.
Don't worry, he said the same thing to me. Like, I swear, the damage feels so inconsistent sometimes. Like, there's so many times that that attack would not one-shot.
Yeah, and the fact that like he changed directions mid-air to sit there and attack me.
Yup. Isn't it great? The only thing that just sucks, and Ansbach's letting me down. Alright. Fight me!
General Radahn. Pleasure to see you. This time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will have
Eat.
them.
Eat rat pot! Whoops! Well. That sucks. It's just not a good multiplayer system.
No.
That's why I told my mom, I was like, Mom, if I play multiplayer with you, I'm making us download the mods.
Yeah, the seamless co-op and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It is the weirdest multiplayer setup that no other game uses. Which I'm sure is probably not true. There's probably other games. But there's not a lot! And they're not popular. Just the Souls games. Whee!
General Radahn. A pleasure to see you. This time. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Mode will harvest them.
Uh-oh. That's right, Ansbach. Tank it like a champ. Oh, okay. You switched directions. Yeet! I see you looking at me. Well, ow. Oh my god, I'm not dead. Ah. Oh god.
Couldn't switch my shield in time.
Yeah. Doesn't matter much, I'm out of healing. This fight's so bad. Oh my god. FromSoft, I like your game, but God, do I hate your game. Oh, jeez. Okay. Safa.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord Moe.
Every once in a while I can dodge his stupid bullshit. Get back here! Oh! Fuck. Oh my god.
I'm coming.
Leave me alone! No!
No.
Oh my god, he just would not get off of me. I dodged more of that than I had any right to. Oh my gosh. If I don't summon them, will it let me summon my mimic?
Maybe? I'm not sure.
Well, time to find out. Nope. accidentally hit my crouch button, and from there I was screwed. Work. Really is hard to tell if you're better off just like not summoning like the NPCs. Like, doesn't
Yeah.
feel any different.
I think his health pool goes up a little bit, but the NPCs also like distract them quite a bit.
Yeah. Crap, we did the second one.
But those remains do not belong to you, Lord Lowe.
Damn, he fucking wants you. Whoop, hi! All of a sudden. I will never understand the AI sometimes. I'm just throwing you both at the end there. I recraft my rock pots, because I only get the one. Okay. You ready to suffer
Ready.
pain? Fuck!
It's okay, we're in. Welcome.
But those remains do not belong to you, Lord
Could not tell who he was gonna throw those at.
Oh, I knew.
You're like, he's coming for me. Okay, here we go. damn it.
Well, I got him breaded at the end.
Damn combos, man. Radon's a button spammer, chat.
Yeah, it doesn't help that during that it like throws us at the other side of the map from you.
Yeah. It does not put us in the same spot, which is super not helpful. Hi.
Wait.
Allah. Yeah, the first part of the fight's fine for the most part.
Stuck to that, jeez.
A pleasure to see you. But those remains do not belong to you. Lord
Oh, fuck, he did the double. That's not the right ability. That helps no one. Yeet! Rotten hell, Radon! What? Bullshit. Absolute nonsense.
Yeah, I was confused on that.
Oh, you know, he just suddenly did a full health bar of damage. As one does. Perfectly normal. Let's go. Bite me. Okay. Oh, we're being invaded, huh? Are they going to return to their world, please, maybe? Shit. I love how it is not said that they've returned to their world.
They're probably looking to see if we're hiding.
This poor soul is just outside the boss arena, like, what the fuck? Oh, there they go. Hooray!
Barely got that block in time.
Don't just stand there! There it goes. Ow. Fuck. I don't know how I was out of range of that, but I was. Shit. The character screaming sounds like a cat meow. Like, I don't know if mine sounds like that on yours as well, but like from a distance, I just hear. Oof.
He got me. He gave me like 0 time to heal.
Get him on, Spock! Get him! No! No Grammys! Fuck. Remember me? I'm alive! Now I'm dead. Oh my god.
It lasted quite a bit there, though.
I don't know how. 2 of those giant laser storms didn't hit me, and I don't understand how. The first one, I was just somehow a mile away from it.
Yeah, he was just inside my butt that entire time.
Yeah.
That's okay, that's what I'm here for.
There we go. Meanwhile, my dad's just a lurking giraffe. I don't even know where he got that emote from. What is that? The hype train emote.
Yeah.
I will use the very last of my water to hydrate. I don't know though, it's just his favorite emote. What? I'm dead.
Well then.
He was not locked onto me. He was locked onto one of you guys in the door, and I still died to it in one hit. That was some bullshit right there. Oh, hey, look, my runes. Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know why he locked onto me immediately.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. You know what? It's your turn, Theolie. Have fun perishing. I don't even know if being a dragon is helping me in any way. Uh-oh. eyes sliding sideways when he does that. Fuck. God damn it. And the Ole was still alive, too! Not the cutscene!
It's because he ran through my heel and got healed
Yeah.
to full. That was funny.
Oh man, the cutscene just every time, Amaris, yes. Oh jeez. Train.
Yeah.
Bam, bam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Get blood flied, sucker.
God, that second swipe gets me every time.
Damn it.
It's up to you now.
So
I'll join you.
rude. Radon, why bully? Why bully?
Yeah, it might be better to put on some slightly tankier armor.
Yeah,
next
I'm
time.
thinking about it. You can see me thinking about it real hard. Alright, you. never mentally prepared for when he does the second volley of that. That was a pretty good set of that. Shit. What are you doing over there, my guy?
No idea.
You almost made it back. Uh-oh. Yole, that was probably the best you've ever done. Rip. God, I swear, it's like he just doesn't take damage during this phase.
He didn't have so many like BS combos like that after image attack.
Yeah. It's like, I feel like we hit him so much and his health bar just didn't move. Like, even on the times I feel like we do such a good job, then I look down and I'm like, oh, nothing happened, never mind. Get you in here, and then I'll swap out my armor. Okay. What am I feeling? Just sitting here, I'm like, how heavy do I want to go? Specifically to the Dragon Cult, it doesn't actually work on the good stuff. They like to separate things by very specific words. Okay, good enough. Suffer! Whoop. Alright, well you used that really early, my guy. How did I fucking know? Whoops.
That was my fault. I should have dodged that last one.
Yeah.
So my stamina was low.
It's the biggest downside about using the dragon breaths is that if you have a second person using them, it makes it impossible to see what you're doing. Oh my god. Lovely. Because we all wanted to see the cutscene again. Oh, it's the most ridiculous thing ever.
And I can give it like one more good go for the night.
Yeah, I'm pretty much at the same. Alright, Radahn, you heard us. This is your last chance to yield. Oh. Yippee! There you are. The LA over here actually pulling his weight for once. Zoom! Oh, I see what you're using this time. Oh, well. Never mind. That was a great last try.
Okay, maybe one more.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is what's known as the triple lane spur.
Yeah.
So I use the poison affinity on seppuku,
Mm.
so it does bleeding, poison, and rot.
Ah, I see. Bam. Woo. Coming.
Not good.
Get off my friend! Coming. Woo, hi. Oh, that was weird. That just straight up knocked me down instead that time. Boy. Coming. That's much too far away, sir. Jesus. Yep. Oh my gosh, it's such garbage. He spends so much time flying through the sky.
Mm-hmm.
At least
Just
snooze.
zipping
these-
like from one side of the map to the other.
Yeah. You're either not near him to do any damage, or you're not near him to do any damage.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for suffering with me though, dude.
Oh, not a problem.
It makes it more bearable.
Yeah.
Like, progress was no different, but at least I wasn't biting my hair off of my head or something.
Well, I mean, we made it to phase 2 a lot more.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah. Alright, you have a good one, dude.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, chat. Hey, we hit 4 hours on the stream, though. That's not bad. It's about where I was hoping to hit. But yeah, thank you again, Sky, for joining me in the suffering. It makes it a little less suffery. We can laugh about it a little bit easier. It's not just me screaming at the game in frustration. Oh, and thank you all, chat, for hanging out and lurking, chat, and whatnot. Thank you for all of the resubs and gifted subs today. That was very kind of you all. We are at 23 out of the 80 for that sub goal, if y'all want me to play Dawn Trail on stream. But I am extending that, by the way, until the end of this week. It feels weird to end it in the middle of the week, so we're gonna end it at the end of the week. Tomorrow, chat, we'll be doing Destiny reset shenanigans. Wednesday will be our cooking stream with Mom. We'll be making, hopefully, bath bombs. Thursday, I will not be streaming. I've got a dentist appointment. I will try to be getting a video posted that day still. And Friday, we'll be streaming earlier in the day, probably more First Descendant. I know we normally do late night streams on Fridays, but again, I want to end earlier in the day so that I can help the fam out with packing stuff up. So that is the whole weekend plan laid out, chat. I'll probably try to like post that like in the Discord or something as like a, hey, here's the deal. Next week, Wednesday, I hope, the big penny polishing extravaganza. So that's what is on deck for all of that. Let's go ahead and swap things over here. Chat, let's see if there's anybody online to raid. Encourage you to stick around while we find someone. Help us spread the love. Ooh, not a lot of people on tonight. Not a lot of people doing stuff. I suppose let's send you guys on over to Curie tonight. Curie's doing some Palia. Let's send you over there. You guys know the deal with raids. Be nice, follow Curie's rules. Most importantly, have fun. I hope that you all have an absolutely wonderful day, night, evening, whatever the absolute heck it may be for you. And I hope to see you all next time. Have a good one, you guys. Goodbye. Goodbye.